All right, so we are recording. Um, I'm going to share my screen here at first. So I'll
Okay.
be on, so you can see my screen now.
Yep. Yep.
And let's look at a couple of things here. With the plan sheet. As soon as that comes up. All right, now here we go. All right, so what we've got, oh, come on, by way of review, is we have oh, come on.
It's not playing nice today.
Yeah, I'm pulling all this across a VPN and then pushing it back through Zoom, so that's part of the problem.
Yeah, bandwidth.
Yeah, it's a little nicer at home. I've got a full fiber connection at home, but down here I'm just on Wi.
Wi-Fi. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, so we've got now these are the original construction plans. So what we've got is um, uh, starting with this sheet, this sheet, this sheet, this sheet. We've done as if you see uh plots. Okay, so we've done these, all right,
hmm
which I don't understand something here. See how B7 has a little block out, it knocks out the stuff that's underneath it.
Yeah, it's
But
not the right.
yeah, and B6 does the same thing except for that angle
Yeah, 91
dimension.
degrees. Yeah.
And I don't know why, but I'm not going to track it down. It could be something as simple as, although I told it to
You think it's
update this reference last.
you think it's the transparency though, or no?
No, no, see the B7, it has a background and it is,
White.
yeah, and it's the color of the background. That's what it's supposed to be. But there's something about this being a dimension, and
hmm
there's a setting somewhere I think that says put all dimensions on top.
Okay.
But I'm not going to track that down. So I think we're in good shape with all of that. So
Okay.
we've got there's B9, B8, and this includes B5. Now B5 is also included here, so there's a little
Right.
overlap in the sheets. And then there's nothing on this sheet. Now this corresponds to uh these same four. See if I look at that. See, there's
Yeah.
ours.
hmm
likewise, theirs, and then ours. So you see, we've trimmed down and cleaned up and all that because really all we're showing
Right,
are
is the boring. Yep.
things go. All right, and now I see I think we're gonna need to replump this. You see these little arc looking things here?
Yeah.
Those are, I can tell it's probably, let's see, where am I? Right from the nub, right above the nub and paved parking lots. It's probably a line type that is way out of scale. Of course, I don't know if it's that CTV. No, I don't know. And over here on the side, there's stuff there too.
Right.
My guess is that was probably, I see that a lot with tree lines.
Hmm.
They're not set up to be annotative and they're just reacting to this huge giant scale. Anyway, I'll take a look at that when I get a minute. There's no need to worry about that for now.
Okay.
But then the other file that we've got here then that we're going to be working on is these cross sections, because there's so many of these that we're going to put cross sections on. And Jeremy has told us here, let's see. Let me see. Okay, let me see. Yeah, he said,
Profile boring.
right here, here's the ones that we're going to do the profile. So we got T811 and T813 and SR 1049 and 10901. So 1, 2, 3, 4, well, five different profiles. And they're going to have these borings on them. Okay. And then in the cross sections, only dealing with the mainline ones, and there's B3, B6, and B9. That's all we're gonna do. We're going to put them at their elevation and at their station. Okay.
So there's four
Now,
on that one, right?
three. I think three. Oh yeah, four. Three sheets, but four.
Right. Yep. Okay.
Let me see. Yeah. B6 and 7 at 48.
Yeah, 488 plus balls.
6 and 7. Let me see where that. Oh, that's because they're right there and they're
Right.
going
Yep.
to
Yep.
be.
Yep.
Yeah, so one's just at a different offset. There we go.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we'll need to figure out the offset of where these are. Now that may also be on the, let's see if you put it in there. Speech locations. Let me get another window going here. All right, so figures 1, 3, 4, final dates. Some of this. But there's it as staked. Yeah, you know what? Chuck, I'm going to pause our recording here and I'm going to take about 10 minutes. I need to chat with Jeremy because
Okay.
he's never given us those updated elevations yet.
Okay. Cool.
So
All right.
yeah, because I don't see, these dates are still from this old thing. So,
Okay.
yeah, just hang tight.
Yep.
No need to exit. You can if you want, come back in. I'll keep
Nope.
the
That's
segment
fine.
going, but
That's fine.
I'll pause. Okay, Chuck, you still with me?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So with that, I had to leave him a message.
Okay.
So one thing that we can see is if we, let me see. Sorry, I'm bouncing all over the place here.
That's okay.
This was our, all right, so there's that. Now over, yeah, okay, the Windows side, let's see, Bentley. So how about Open Roads from version 24 onward
Mm-hmm.
has done something that we've really been needing to do for a long time. In our particular job, we're doing like these retaining walls,
Mm-hmm.
where we design a retaining wall corresponding to the roadway it's
Mm-hmm.
along that alignment, those stations.
Mm-hmm.
And typically, when we show the drawings, we'll show essentially an elevation view or really a projected profile. But probably 90% of the time, the wall's on the right side of the road as the
Mm-hmm.
stations advance. And so you want to draw the advancing stations left to right on the profile sheet, but typically, but
Mm-hmm.
then the way we do it in the wall business is you do it as if you're standing in front of the wall looking at it. So the lower stations are on the right and it increases
Mm-hmm.
stations to the left.
Right.
Well, that's not the way a standard or a typical profile works. So we have to trick MicroStation into basically what we do is we generate those views and then we reference them but mirror image them
Mm-hmm.
and we mirror the labels about the center of the vertical center of the plot.
Right.
But that's just too hard to maintain because it has to keep over and over.
Calculation. Yeah.
Yeah, so finally in 2024, they gave this little switch that just said, reverse direction or left to right or right to left, whatever it
Right.
said
Right.
in 2024. Problem is, PennDOT hasn't accepted 2024 yet.
Yeah. Yep.
Blah, 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 blah. So
Yep.
it's
That's why we're on 2023 yet.
yeah. So anyway, all right. So let's see. Did I turn this back on? I did. Yep. All right. So let's take a look at uh, this file here and compare that to the elevations in our
Mm-hmm.
original spreadsheet. And we're just doing this for housekeeping purposes, really,
Right.
because
Yeah. Verification. Yeah.
and because he should have whatever he generated here with this all sticks
Mm-hmm.
sheet, that will be at where they are now. Um,
Well, hopefully that 100 foot got fixed.
yes, that it
So.
did. So when he sent me this updated sheet, now this is the vertical sheet. So instead of the horizontal placement, this is the vertical placement up and down
Mm-hmm.
based on the elevation. So when we look at that, that Y coordinate should correspond to the elevation. I see it down here in the corner, but I need to turn some things off here. All right, come on.
Everything's running slow like me.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, here we go. B1 station 48007, 48060. So it's 0.0386 meters, which is 0386, 3.2808. There's 0.12 feet. So that's an inch, really. So this is, wow, this is really strange. All right, so this is supposedly the fence diagram. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Where's 9?
I don't see it.
The reason I ask is because
Yeah,
9,
B9 is at 492 plus balls.
yeah,
So,
but I don't have that stick.
right.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I
B
thought
no,
maybe it
no,
doubled up or something. Nope.
that's B8. Yeah, I'm not seeing B9 then at that stationing.
All right, so Jeremy's not quite ready to go with this. So when he does get it back, you're going to treat it the same way as we're doing this here. But now let's look at this elevation.
Okay.
So if I look at this, I'm just tentative snapping right on that one right there. So that's going to freeze these coordinates down here. And that's at X comma Y of 0.0586, 0.1081. All right, so that has nothing to do with their
Okay.
stuff with feet and inches. So what I'm going to do is set this, I'm going to scale this thing and set it correctly. And I'm going to set this to 1295. So for 8007 to 60, that's about 50 feet. Yeah, see, these are just evenly spaced. So the X coordinate has no meaning on this,
Right.
but the vertical should be what?
There's the location. Right.
Yeah. So, but I'm going to set this whole thing to this coordinate value here and then scale it from there such that it's set in the correct units in the correct distance. So the first thing I'm going to do with this is I'm going to go to my models. Now remember, if you, I keep models over on the side, but if you
Mhm.
don't, it's up here in your primary models, blah, blah. Make sure on your default, that's the only model he's got.
Okay.
And he's got it set to full size. That's okay. I'm going to make that annotation scaling. That's fine. And there is no particular annotation scaling yet. So we're going to see what we need to do with it later. But down here is where I'm going to change it. I'm going to change it from meters to survey feet and survey inches. Change the units. All right. So now if you analyze and measure the distance between, say, here and here, that should be 5 feet. But you see, it's, what is it, 0.0833. All right,
Mm-hmm.
that's an inch. In fact, let's change this instead of being feet, survey feet. Let's make it survey inches.
Okay.
Uh, heck, let's just make it inches, inches and mils. Doesn't need to be survey. Now, if you measure that from here to here, that's 1 inch. All right,
Okay.
so this is going to be an inch. 1 inch equals 5 feet. That's indeed what it is that it's supposed to be plotted at. It just came out as metric, so we switched it to inches and verified that he's at the proper scale that we're going to
Okay.
use to match the vertical scale on these profiles that are done over here. See, that's vertical down here is 1 inch equals
10
there's
feet.
0 to 5 to 10. It's not 1 inch equals 10 feet. It's
Right.
1 inch equals 5 feet equals 10 feet, I think. Should be, we'll take a look at that. That's the
Okay.
way it's supposed to be. That should be the horizontal, the way I read this is 1 inch horizontal, 1 inch equals 25 feet and vertical 1 inch equals 5 feet.
Right.
So that's the way that typically is. All right. So now we've got this set to inches. All of that's good, but this needs to represent 5 feet, even though it's 1 inch, but it
Right.
needs to be 5 feet. So we need to scale this by a factor of 60 to make that happen. So we're going to take everything and move it. So we're going to select all,
Mm-hmm.
and we shall move. Enter your first point, and that's going to be right down here on this 1295. So from there to P, a key in, and that's going to be to an absolute of X of 0, comma, Y of 1295. And so now, what did I leave behind?
The sticker.
You know, I'm just going to get rid of that. All right, so now when I tentative snap here, my coordinates now read 0 in the X and 1295 in the Y.
1295.
Okay, so good to go. But if I do this one, it's 1296 and not 1300. I want it to measure correctly, right?
Right. Yep.
So I'm going to select all again and I'm going to scale it if I can. There we go. Select all. Scale. So 5 feet is 60 inches. So that active scale is going to be 60, left and right. And we're going to do it about that right there. Oops, that, there we go. All right, so now we snap here, 0, 1295. We snap up here, 0 and 1655. Well, that didn't work. Let's see, what's this one? 1355.
Listening.
Shut up, Siri.
Sorry, I don't know what song this is.
All right, so something happened. Let's see. if I 1295 to 1300 is 5 feet. 5 times 12 is 60. So I went 60 times. Oh, that's in inches. Ah, that's why. That's fine. So if I switch this back from
Inches to feet.
to feet, see, do I want to do it that way? All right. So I'll now move it again from there to P for, let's see, P. Let's see if I can get this done correctly. P to 0, comma, 1295. All right, now let's try. If we look at this, we're at 1295, and we look at this, should be 1325. There it is. Okay.
Good job.
Yeah, so sorry about that. It's
That's all right.
yeah, because these the scaling was correct, but then I needed to move this to this location as if these were feet, which they are.
Right,
These are
instead
not
of
the
in
number
inches.
of inches, it's the number
Yep.
of feet. Okay, so and we could have done it this other way as well. We could have said we could have kept it as could have kept our units set to inches and mils or whatever. And then when we reference this into our profile and cross-section sheets, we would set it in at the appropriate scale of 60.
Mm-hmm.
And now in this case, because they're doing theirs as feet, we're doing ours as feet, we're gonna come in, I think, at a 1-to-1. And let's set our, let's see, I don't think any of this stuff is annotative. No. Do we have anything? I don't think we can select based on whether it's annotative or not. Anyway. All right, so let's take a look at, and we've got our our values in our little text sheet. So for B1, let me switch this. Switch this units back to decimal. So at B1, we have, look down here, an X and a Y. So X is 7. Okay, hold on. Sorry, one quick thing. Forgot to switch this too. All right, so now looking at this one, that's 1305. Good. Now looking at this, its elevation should be 1306.27. So 1306.27. I look at, oh, wait a minute, it's on this screen. There we go. So 13, yeah, see that 1202?
Mm-hmm.
The 1306.27. They said it looked to be like 105.25 or something like that. So anyway, they went back and remeasured everything. So 1200s and the high 1100s. We should be seeing low 13s and high 12s. In which case, here's your 13, there's low 13s. That would correspond to your high 12 unless B9 is B9 is 1183. Yeah, so B8 and B7 should be right at 1205-ish. 7 and 8. So they're around 1300. So yeah, it's not 1205, 1305-ish. Yeah, up to there. Yeah, so these are the proper elevations. We did not get B9 yet. So these are where they're going to go. Now we've got this set up. Let's save our settings and then let's see about how we put these into those profile sheets. And what we need to put in those profile sheets is these, and they're going to be centered right at, see, that's 85 feet left at that station. So we have the offsets. So let's find the sheets we're going to do it to.
Mm-hmm.
Going back to the email, B1 and 2 go on T811 profile. Now let's see if we can find that. So that T811 profile, I don't know that. All right, this profile is SR118. $118. I think they're all. Oh, there's Meeker Market. I don't see. All right, these are named. Let's see. See, this is where it'd be invaluable to have Jeremy on the phone with us.
Yeah, so the T811.
So T811. So what is T811? So that's 118. That's the main line. 1049 is here. T800, T813, T300, SR1049. I don't see a T811. Yeah, we need Jeremy here. Or if not him, I'll get Tariq on the line. Let's see. Profile borings. So B1 and 2. Which looks like Meeker Road. But Meeker Road
Here it is, Ken.
yeah. let's
Yeah,
see.
Meeker Road has T811 right under it. There, the road name is actually T811 is under it, so it's Meeker Road.
All right, so that's Meeker.
Yep,
and
that's where
the-
T811 is going to be on Meeker.
All right.
That's what I get off of looking at the plan. That's where the T811 is coming from.
Yeah, so you're looking at
Yeah, right. Look, right
T8
at
right there.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
Meeker Road.
says,
All right, so Meeker Road, that's 1 and 2.
mhm.
So back to now the profiles, we got to find Meeker Road and see what sheet that is.
Here's Meeker.
Meeker Road, and that is under proposed side road 01. Wonder why they didn't draw the grid lines.
Maybe they wanted a clean profile.
I guess.
I mean, grid lines would help, but
Yeah.
they might have wanted a clean one.
All right, so Meeker is 811, so we need that. See that, and that is proposed side road 01 DGN. So when we look back now at this, we should see in here a proposed there's profile Meeker Street realigned, and there's Meeker Road realigned. Oh, great. Which one is it? And then there's a proposed side road 01. So we got
Right.
that and or this and or this that we could be. So we're gonna have to look at all three. I'll just bring up another session. Come on, finish up. All right, so they're showing the alignments, which is fine. And the corresponding labels. All right, but where did there it is. So this is what they used. There's Meeker Road, that's the datum line at 1280. So we just need to stick our stuff into this, and we'll leave all of this stuff is going to go right in there. We're just going to reference it all in directly. These will probably change at some point.
Okay.
In which case, no, do you know, like, when we make a sheet, when we make a file, and we reference particularly a title block or, a border sheet,
hmm
and it has something in it that has to change on each one of those, our individual sheets, we're using the same file perhaps, but we change numbers like this. So what I typically do there is I put a little, I put a little fence around it like so, and then I go to the reference attachment, I find the thing and then I say, clip mask. And I clip that out and then well, before I do all that, before I do that, I will copy this into this same spot so that that becomes live in my file. The rest of this is not. So
Okay.
now this business here, this marginalia, will take from our other sheet as well. Because we've added the model name as well as the file name. So we'll put that in each of ours as well. And we'll just leave everything else here exactly as they've got it. And we'll place these correspondingly. Now, that being said, let's see, what do we want to do? How do we want to reference this? All right, so we're going to make a new file. And we're going to basically start with this kind of stuff here. And we will make a new file. So if I take this, I'm just going to do a save as. So when I do it this way, I'm going to be setting this up to be a single file for the plan, a single file for the profile, and a single file for the cross sections. So right now, if you recall, we had that was the overview, just a preliminary, the plan sheets, that's those 4 sheets, okay? So we're going to save this now, we're going to call this profile sheets. We should probably put the EC number in front of it all as file names. We'll see about that in a minute. But for now, because we know what folder they're in, we know what they correspond to. So there we go. All right, so we got that, and now I'm going to take this and actually just delete it. And I'm going to reference that in as I need. Okay, so now I don't have anything in here. So what I want to do is I want to bring in B1 and was it B1 and B2? Yes, B1 and B2 go on that.
Right on T811.
They didn't really. Okay. All right. So now, so we know which profile file it comes from. And it's this one is the one we need to reference to. And that was, if we look up here at the top, that's our prop side road 01. However, wait a minute, before what I wanted to do was to check
Those other 2 files.
those other 2 files. Exactly. All right. So these are all, there's profile Market Street realigned. And then, so these are, those 2 things were components of this file. So we're in good shape. See, they use them as individual pieces to build this. That's what we got.
Okay.
So Meeker and Market. Now Market Street, do we know?
Yeah, Market Street is T813.
813.
Yep.
And that should have B4 on it. Okay, so 1, 2, and 4 should go on this one sheet. Oops. All right, let's see. One last thing I want to check here. Let's see. Oh, ugh. What do they call this thing? Do you recall? Um, like where would I normally find this under probably Geo and then it's not a CBR report. It should be a foundation. See, FSFR, FND, RPT, that's probably a foundation report. But
Lighting pole.
yeah, this isn't. Do you recall? Probably not. The SR81.
Yeah, let me. I think I have that right here. Let me look. Jeremy sent me a sample. Let's see, where's that?
Yeah, it's under District 4 EC 1015.
SR81.
Yeah.
It's projects by client on P Drive.
Yeah, I've
Dewberry.
got all that. I'm down into Dewberry District
All right.
04 EC 1015. Now from there,
All
where?
right. So EC 1015, go to Geo,
Yeah.
GER,
Okay.
final,
Okay.
GER final report,
Ah, let's see.
plans,
That's redundant. Okay, fine.
plans, and then
Pla-
plots,
plans. There we go. All right. Thank.
plots,
Yep.
and then
And
2026 03 30.
there we go. All right. Good Lord. All right. So now those. Oh, wait. Here it is. Might as well get them all.
Mm-hmm.
And all I'm doing here, we'll just wait for that to load, is to just make sure that we're going to match the same typical format. Because I think we had the grids turned on.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's what we'll want to do on this one as well. But not sure. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, that's Jeremy, so. Yeah. Jeremy,
Hey Ken, I saw your email and your missed call.
yeah,
Looked into that. When I select 4 or 5 stores, it says something like along the lines of file. Like when I pick it, I don't have options. It's just like when I pick store by itself, rock by itself, or store and rock together.
all right.
It just says it outputs all the rocks.
What if you do soil and rock together?
That's what I did. That's the one you have in there in the reference folder.
So are all, but you said all those rock sections, they're not in the borings, right?
Oh, let me open up the program so I can tell you exactly what it says.
I need you to tell us which ones you want us to put in and which ones you want us to leave out. All right. So, and you don't have to tell me that while we're on the phone. I'll let you figure that out. Now, one other thing, first of all, I noticed you did not do an updated as board spreadsheet, which you'll need to do just for continuity's sake. I know that the DGN file that you gave me that had all sticks, they're set correctly. I understand that. Okay. But let's also update that spreadsheet so that if anybody has to go back to it later, they're working with good information.
What spreadsheet are we talking about?
What was it called? As surveyed BH locations or something like that. It's a, yeah, yeah. Yeah, remember when you gave me the spreadsheet that I used to plot the boring locations?
Oh, yeah.
And then finally, the one other thing that's still missing as well, on the all sticks, you left out B9.
Okay.
So if you can get that to us and he can wait on that, but if you find B9 and can just go back and add and revise that original file, that's fine because we're going to set these up as reference files. So any update you make, we'll see.
All right. I think I selected all the borings. If they didn't fit on there, I must have selected too many for one sheet. So I can make a second again with 59. Is that easier?
It's 6-1F doesn't the other. Now it is set up too. I noticed that it comes across as metric. You're aware of that or not? Yeah, it comes across as a metric file. We had to change it to be English units.
No idea.
And then we had to scale it by 60 so that, anyway, it doesn't matter. We were able to do that, but it might be a setting you can do in Ghent without having to do the conversion. But for now, that's what we have to do. And again, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. So,
Let's go back to the Excel file.
yeah.
What did you need for the Excel file?
Well, I used that Excel file to generate the positions of all these boreholes. And they come in with an X, Y, and a Z coordinate. That's what I have in my drawings, okay? Now, for the plan view, it doesn't matter at all. But the profile view, those elevations were 100 feet too low.
You just need the updated.
Yeah, but I don't need, like, we could finish this work without having that, but I want you to do that so that if anybody goes back to it later, the data is correct.
Exactly.
Excel file.
Yeah, you remember the one you sent me?
Well, it looks like in the list that we had, Ken, it's borehole as staked.
Yeah, borehole
XLS.
as staked, that's it. Or
Yep.
BH as staked or whatever it's called.
Yeah, XLS.
And Jeremy, it's in that, you know, the folder that it's in is in, it's under Geotech PFGER Part 13 Task 22 Soil Profile. So that's right now I've got the original and I've got it as it was modified, but I think those two are still the same. So just update the one that says BHS staked.xlsx. Here, let me copy that and I will let me all right, I'm gonna
Borehole as drilled. It's my new my new Excel file.
there you go. I just sent you the path. And that would be this one right here. So if I look at that, is it open? Oh, wait, you're not on it. Hey, Jeremy, what are you doing right now?
Trying to.
I mean, what I'm getting at is, do you have time to join our Zoom session and see what we're looking at so you can answer any questions we have? Or are you tied up on something?
I just talking downstairs for another project. Came up with talking to Claire Days about stuff, and then probably the most important.
Well, which would you tell you what, if you'd like to join us, let's do this.
I don't know how to do that.
Well, I can show you right here.
This borehole has stake. We have 616, 622. I'm just gonna put the new one in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So if you want to jump on with us, do you have a microphone and speakers on your computer?
I'm not sure. I don't think I have anything external. I'm like be all like going in.
Do you have a desktop or a laptop? Yeah, so you may not have that. So when you join, your audio will probably just stay on the phone with me because you can still hear Chuck, I think.
Hey, Jeremy.
Hey, buddy.
Yep, so everybody's good there.
I'm creating a folder to say for now. I'm worried to do the same name as that other file. I don't want to just put that on over. Oh,
Wait a minute. So this borehole as staked. That's
they resurveyed.
well, I know, but don't change it. So because you're gonna get people confused in the future. Just see, I've already got this one flagged. Wait a minute, you can't see.
Like, you got the file in there. You call it whatever you want.
Where is it? Under soil profile, under survey.
Full profile, and then
You said mine says the folder is empty.
full profile.
Yeah. There you go. You got it in soil profile, not in survey. Survey was just created, but there's nothing in it. All right, and I don't need that. I'm gonna I don't, no, wait. I don't need the folder. What I need is this, and I'm just gonna call it this.
Folder out there.
I took a folder out. And I'm going to delete this. And I'm going to call this one that original name. XLSX. Now, let me make sure that works.
That looks like it's-
Let's see. I think this is supposed to be field.
Yeah, it should be at the top, right?
Going from Zoom app or going from browser.
All right, so here's this.
It's bigger for you.
Are these
Looks like left on the left, on on the right.
well, that's over here.
Or anything that. In order elevation.
God, come on, this damn VPN is so slow.
Oh, okay. Let me know what you find out when you get to that position. Just got a note there about the elevation of the place.
Yeah, so now this one I don't really need. Now let's take these. Oops, these. And set them up to number. Should be fine. What is the elevation? All right, so we're going to save this. All right, so now we have it. And we can use that to re-import the points and all that at some point later. So we've got this elevation field. And these are the ones that changed. Let's just update it a little.
I was on the phone call too.
It's-
Guys are in your own Zoom.
We're on the Zoom meeting. I sent you a link if you'd like to join on with us.
I'm watching you do that.
You're watching me do it. Okay, so you're there. All right. So now
I just walk before.
let's set this. No fill. No fill. Come on. There we go. Now, let's just indicate that it has been updated with that. Now, that's all we need for that one. So we now have boreholes at staked XLS. I'll take this guy here out. And we'll fix those later, like this boreholes as staked. We'll update that one at a later time. Let's see here. Did I have a CSV? That was the original CSV. So right now this came in from the old one. So what we had was, let's do this.
Yeah, those are the old values.
Yeah, so these, if I come on. Where's my elevation is here.
So the coordinates shouldn't have changed, just the elevations.
Correct. There we go. Now, good Lord.
Can you export a TXT from Excel?
You can, but I'll tell you why I'm doing this way first.
Okay.
Is because you see this went northern eastern elevation, lat long and name. This one came in as lat long, northern eastern elevation and code. And we had the name in the first column. So I'm just thinking, instead of going back through all that re-import,
Oh, okay. Yeah. Just to do an update.
yeah.
Okay. Good job, Ken.
And it should be.
Yeah,
in
because
fact,
the coordinates didn't change. If it's just the elevation, that's the only thing that should get updated then.
That's correct.
Okay, cool.
So and normally this would be a lot faster.
Yeah, but it's hot outside. Remember, it's over 105 here.
That's right.
The heat index is like 105.
Okay, now
Yeah, make sure we save
leave
it.
that, close it. We'll save this. And close it. So now our BHS stake that we used for the original import has been updated. Now the original import, which is in that file called BH
Locations.
locations, is still not updated. We'd have to re-import this and do that, but I'm not so worried about that because we only use that for the horizontal placements.
Mhm.
So we're going to take these elevations now and put them into these sheets. Now this is where B1 and B2 go here. And if we look at, yeah, that's B1 and B2. And B4 goes here. Now, also what I wanted to look at was these. Profiles. Yeah, see, they don't have any of the grid information on there either, so we won't, we'll keep that exactly like that. We're just gonna put this in to their sheets. Now, Jeremy.
Yeah.
These elevations here, that was all from the road profile. That's nothing to do with this, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now, oops. Where was it? Go back here. All right, so Chuck, to make this match here. Now, we're gonna have this file. Now, we're in this proposed side road 01, which has that. Now, we're gonna go back to our profile sheets. This is a blank drawing, right?
Mhm.
And we're going to now create over here each of these individual sheets. So we're going to make a sheet model. That's a drawing. It'll be 2D. We'll not use the seed. And we'll call this just profile sheet will be fine. And we'll make it 1-to-1. That's okay. We could set sheet number and sequence number all up to in that index, but we're not going to do that because it's simple enough. All right, so ANSI D 22 by 34, we'll say okay. And now there is that. Now we need to attach that other file that we have open, that proposed side road.
Mhm.
So that was up here in DGN,
Right there, zero,
proposed
01.
side road 01 right here. Let me fix something first. Let me do that as interactive. Oops. All right, so when that comes in, we're going to take the default model and we're going to take the top view and then we'll reposition it. And we're going to take this drawing boundary and change it from new to none. Otherwise, you'll get that little circle and line and it tries to reference everything. And so we're going to
Okay.
turn that off. Now, this is going to come in at, that sheet is at foot scale. We want it to match our 1-to-1 inches, so that's going to be 1 inch equals 5 feet, I think. So 1 to 60, so we'll say okay. And now it wants us to pick a point, so we're just going to place it right there, and now we're going to, let's see, what is this? 1-to-1. Ah, here we go. So that's inches. That's good. And let's see how big our sheet is now. We'll go from there to there. It's 22 inches. All right, so this reference then is 60 times too large. Let's see. Let's see if we bring those in at unit scale. Oops, no. We need it to be this way. Nope. We need it to be just 12. Now shoot something. Let's see. Oh, it keep getting worse. 1 to 60. Why is that? Let me go back to this sheet and see. It is set up at 1-to-1. $550. So 22 inches. Wow, this thing's scaled off screwball. Let's see. Let's see what they've got it. So they're at a 50 scale horizontally. Okay. So instead of 60, this needs to be 600. There we go. That's right. Okie doke. Now we're going to move that. Wait a minute. Let's see. All right, so what do we have? That should fill up our title block from there to there. Where is? Ah, I see what they did. This is an actual reference file. PennDOT road border 2234. So in ours, we need to make this live nesting. Nesting depth of 1. And let's turn it off from there. And now that should be scaled into that. So if I move from here to here, and then scale it based on points from here to here, up to here. That works. So now that puts it at 300. That 0.006 is due to the survey feet versus plain inches. That's okay. So now we've got the sheet placed and referenced along with the title block. And these references, okay.
And it's still the
That's
scale,
good.
horizontal and vertical.
Now, the horizontal distance here to here should be 50 feet. Which is 2 inches. So that's 1 inch equals 25 feet. That's what that is right there.
Okay.
That was the 300 scaling. 25 times 12 is 300. So, all right, so that's in where it's supposed to be. Now we need to simply take the other thing and reference it at the proper elevation. And because they have no, I can go from 1280. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to draw a line. I'm going to alt click on there. So I'm on that particular layer. Profile axis. I'm going to place a line from here. Why won't it let me? I'll go this way, and let's see, we're drawing in inches, so I want to make that, let's see, 5 feet per inch. Let's do this. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Let's make it just 10 inches. Okay, so now there's my line. It's 10 inches. And so if I do this, I'm going to take another line. I'm just going to go from here over here just a little bit, like a little tick. And I'm going to replicate that up every so many inches. So I'm going to turn this on. I've got a 10-inch line. I'm going to make this division 10 units. So now when I copy this, I'm just going to go from here to here to here to here to here. here, here. And so this is 1280. And the rest of those will be, let's see, 1280, 85, 90, 95, 1300 is right here. Ten, 15, 20, 25. All right, so I've got 1300 and 1325. Now, the one that we're going to place. Let's go back to, see, we no longer need this file open. So I'm going to open instead it's in the reference folder, and this is called the All Borings Vertical.
Trying to, it's pushing 9 out to an equally big. Would you like 2 or
Yeah, just make another one with 9 and just call it D9, whatever.
So like there was before where it would be like a mile long.
Yeah,
That's why that's not working out.
I don't know.
This position style.
If I knew, I could tell you. All right, so this is going to go. We're going to reference from here. See, we're going to reference this 1300 line.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to reference a little window of this thing here to that location, and we're going to place it at the station. And then we'll do the same thing here and place it at its station for B1 and 2, and then also for 4. So when we do that, we're going to have to draw little frames around these. And excuse me. So there's 2 ways we can do this. We can reference this file, which is what I think I'll do. And then we'll freeze off these grids. See, that's on level 0, level 0. It's all level 0, so we're going to have to do a window here. All right, so let's see. All right, here's the easier way to do that. Instead of trying to reference this stuff, I'm going to select just this. Let's see,
Lasso.
let's select by shape. Whoops. And then I'll deselect those. So now I'm just taking these and I'm going to go from 1300 just to the left of that. I'm going to tentative snap there. I'll go back to my home screen and I'm going to copy. I'm going to go to this drawing here now, and I'm going to paste, but I need to paste this at what scale? Is it 12? Obviously not. It's not 1. How about 1 divided by 12?
I think there's a fit on there, man. Maybe I just didn't select it the first time. There's a thing that thing place it.
Yeah, but let me get out of the file first.
That's why I didn't want to. I'll just take it in there.
No. Hold on. I want to get out of the file so you can update it and then we'll reopen it. All right, so that's been closed. Go ahead and save it and let me know when it's done.
That's gonna be soul profile again, cat file, cat file.
Yep.
We do nickname.
No, it should. Yes. That's the name. That's the name to use. Just double click that and replace it.
Well, we'll rename my new file this, and I'm just gonna drag my. That's just not right.
All right. So now back to here. Let's open that.
Is there anything else?
Well, we got B9. We've updated the verticals. I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's all we need. So you can, I guess you can leave the session if you want, if you need to get back on WAS stuff.
All right, so I'm gonna say, work on that. You want me to just let God do the thing?
Yeah, just, yeah, if we need it, we'll call you back. All right. Thank you very much, sir.
God.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, Chuck, now let's see here. We're going to get rid of this. We're going to turn off the grid and on the fill. We'll maximize that. We'll get that. We'll set it from meters to
Feet.
yeah, I'm sure he's in survey feet and inches. Let's just do that. All right, so we go from we're gonna have to scale now from that right now is 1 inch. So we're gonna need to select all. Move from here to P for point key and single, 0, 1285. Now we are on 1285. Now we'll select all and scale it 12 times. See, right now it's 1. I need it to be
5 feet.
5. So wait a minute. So how far do I scale this? There's 85. Yeah, so 60 times. All right, so we select all. We're going to scale it from active scale of 60 from right there. Now we're at 1285. This should be 1310. Yeah, close. Now let's change this back from survey feet to feet. Select all. Let's see, move from here to the P 0, 1285. All right, so now we are at 1285. 1315 exactly. All right, so we've got it like we like it. We're going to save settings. And now while we're here, we're going to select
B1.
why does it do a crossing? Oh, it doesn't, there. All right, so there's that time. All right, so that's selected. And I'm going to
Copy.
tentative snap here to set my base point. And I'm going to copy. I'm going to go back to here. And we're going to paste. And again, at that unit scale, there's my 1300. Oh, let's see.
Is that too big or will we scale it down again?
No, it's too big right now. We need to. Let me see. Let's do this. All right, if this is 5, but it's supposed to be 25 horizontally, if we reduce the scale from here, I reduce the scale by 5. So now there's a 5-time vertical exaggeration. So if I measure from 2, 3, here, and these are an inch, so 25, 50, 75, that should be 100 at 4 times 25 art. So that's at 25 scale. So I'm going back to the model tab and setting it scale as 1 inch equals 25 feet. So everything's annotative. Let's save those settings. So now here's 1285 and now 1300 then should be 1288. So that's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 inches. Let me see. No, you know what? Let's undo that. All right, I want to make sure everything is keyed to the vertical. So we're back to the way we were. Everything is keyed to this, but it's 5 times too big
Mm-hmm.
when we put it in there. So if we select based on shape, we'll key right there
Copy.
and we'll copy. Then coming here, now that's a model tab. So I want to place it at this 1300, but I want to do it instead of 1 divided by 12, 1 divided by 60. No. 1305. Yeah, that's right. So you see that 1306.3, if that's 13, 1305, 10. That's 6.3, and then 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, so that's where it lives on this proposed profile. But why doesn't it match the existing ground?
Yeah, I mean that's way high. If that's the ground, the black line.
I'll check back. We may still have some vertical issues.
Yeah, I would have thought it would have been flush almost.
It should come right in on that existing ground.
Right.
And before I forget this, set this back to 2. All right, so this is 85, 90, 95. Ooh, no, 80, 85, 90, 95, 1300, 05, 7. So that's coming in right where it's supposed to be. I'm going to go back to this file for a minute. Because they've tended to have created everything with discrete colors, I'm going to set these colors to bi-level. Oh, no, shoot, I know what I'm in the wrong file. I want was the overall master. These are referenced into that other master. So we want profile or proposed side road 01. Oh, actually, we're probably going to want to take, yeah. No, that we were in the right file. All right, because these are all referenced into this file. I'm going to go back to that file, which was Meeker. And I'm going to change not the level, but the color to by level. Change it. There we go. We'll save those settings. Now let's go. While we're there. Back to the proposed side roads 01, and we're going to now switch to this file and change it to by level. Save those settings. And while we're here, just double check the color table. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, do the same thing here, which I neglected to do the last time.
Can I be right back?
Okay.
I'm back.
So I'm just out of curiosity, I'm gonna check something, make sure they didn't get the. Make sure their elevations are correct.
Right.
So they're going from 80. It's 1300. 246. So right there's 1306. Oh, duh. God, can't believe I'm this stupid. Tell me what you think. Let's see here. DGN. We're in profile sheets. All right, so remember where we placed this was at the right elevation,
Mm-hmm.
but the station is over here. We neglected to put it at the right station.
Okay.
So we need to put it at 480 plus 07. Which is probably right here. Now let's just undo. Level B1, level B1. Okay, so let's move that from that center point. We'll lock horizontal by hitting enter, and then we're gonna snap right there. And lo and behold, there you are on the,
Yep, right on the ground.
within reasonable tolerance.
Mm-hmm.
That station's 6 plus 98, and we're at 7. All right. So that's how we do that. Now, what we'll have to do is move this stuff around to get these words off of this, words and this stuff off of here. So let's see, what's best to do is I think I'm going to take these. Let me select one. And I'm going to activate that. So now I'm going to just move these guys up. I think we'll leave that as is for that. Okay. Now, these are
PVC.
Alignment zero, C alignment zero symbology. While I'm in this file. Oops, that's gotta be in the right file. Backspace. I'm gonna bring it to the front. So now all my symbols. Are on the top of the profile line. I'll do the same thing here. And let's see, that's on C alignment zero symbology. So we'll select that. And I'm going to choose this icon to bring to front. Save those settings and then go back to our file. Okay, so now what we've done, and there's two approaches here. Now I've got, when I zoomed all of this stuff came in because that was in that original reference,
Mm-hmm.
which was right here, this side road TGN. I want to clip that so it's not bringing all that in. So I'm going to set up a little fence by block. I'll go from here, what you have to tentative snap to set that. And now I'll set here and say click boundary and click. Now when I zoom all, there it is. There's B1 setting where it needs to be. Okay, now let's go back to our reference file here and just make sure that our sheet is the last updated. That's correct. So that'll do it. Now remember, these files, this information here is set at its foot designation. So what I would normally, or what you could typically have done is, instead of putting this directly on this sheet, I could have put that in the default model and
Mhm.
keep that at 1 inch equals 25, and then bring it and reference it into the sheet. But since we're just adding a couple of things in here and they're just graphics,
Mhm.
so what I want to do is bring this in. Now that's 5 feet, so that should be 1 inch. Like a half an inch. Oh, that's feet, so that's an inch. So from the top down is an inch. So yeah, so if I were to switch this now from feet to inches, let's just switch this to be both units. And now let's measure from here down. What's going on? Oh, I do need to set this to inches for a minute here. Inches. some feet. 1-to-1, inches to inches. It's just set to feet. It's at the right scale, but I want that to be 22. Oh, I'm sitting on the default model. It's a profile sheet. So this default survey feet, survey inches. Now, profile sheet, if I can select it, there we go. Let's change it to inches. And now we go from here down to here. And that's 1 inch because 1 inch equals 5 feet. We're showing it 5 feet vertically. It's a 5-foot tall stick. Everything's copacetic. All right. Save those settings. Now that was B1. Now to bring B2 in,
Hey, I got a question. So when you
yeah,
select those in the other profile, the B1, B2, like you did, you went around with your lasso. Can you
yeah,
save those as a file, then just reference those in? That way it
yeah,
all comes without having to grab individual text, just keep using it as a block.
yeah, you could do that. It probably wouldn't be a bad thing to do. Or we could go ahead and reference it and just and then mask out everything that
Didn't need.
we've done. Let's see. Yeah, because if they should change these sticks,
Mm-hmm.
this won't update until you go back and recopy.
Okay.
So let's do this. We'll put a little reference line there. Let's do it that way instead. I like that idea better anyway. So if we attach that file called Allborn's Vertical,
Mm-hmm.
it's going to come in here, no boundary. Let's just take a top view. We'll call this one BH-1. Let's see, what scale should we bring this in at? Maybe. Oops. If we move from here to there, And then we're gonna place a fence. And we will put a boundary there. Now, you see the grids, because
Mhm.
they're on level 0, and these are on level 0. We can't just freeze that level. So
Right.
what we need to do is let's go back to this file. No, we don't need to do it that way. Just need to go to the right place. Let's go back to this file. And we're gonna take all of these grid elements that are on level 0. Let me see what all is on level 0. It's the frame as well as these water markers. So we're gonna put the water markers on a separate level. But this level 0, let's go to our levels. Let's make a new level called C dash profile dash grid. Let's select everything here, change its level to C dash. Oops. Profile grid. All right, let's make another level called, it should have been V dash VH dash dash symbol. Except let's choose the right V. And we'll put that there as well. And now we're going to just select these shared cells. So if we get all the shared cells, there they are. And we change them to V dash, what did I call it? Now, that's been taken care of. We'll save those. And let's go back here. And now we can turn off that level. And we keep, oh no. Why is it still on level 0?
Reference manager, did you have an update?
It should do it automatically. See, we do it that way.
Oh,
That's
okay.
fine. Just in case. Let's just reload it. Now it'll work. So now we turn the grid level off. And kept that. All right. So now that's got everything like it is. And we're just going to take this file that we call BH1,
hmm
and we can place BH2 and BH4. We're just going to copy this,
Okay.
and we'll just go from here to here. And for this second one, We'll change this to read BH2. And that's also BH2. And now this one, we're going to delete the clip. And BH2 should be here. Which is, okay, that goes to that. So now we, by shape, get that and clip bound that. And that's it, 80 plus 60. So 07, this needs to go to 60. Whoa. Where's the rest of Meeker?
Yes, market.
'18, 19, 20. And see, this really is not 7 plus 93, 6 plus 98. We're saying 4. Yeah, so we got our stationing is off. 480 plus 07. We look at it's referenced to the 118 stationing, not to the B1 stationing.
Right.
Aha. All right, so how do we find out what station B1 is along that alignment? And here's how we're going to do that. We're going to go to this file,
They show 7 on there by B1.
what's that? Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the stationing along Meeker.
Right. So 6,
And-
7, 8,
Yes.
9.
Yeah, so B2 B1 should be 7 plus something, B2 should be 750, 775-ish,
Right. 800. Yeah,
checks
just
in.
shy of 800.
Right, but the stationing they gave us in our columns
It's
is
not the-
reference to
right
1,
off the main street. Yeah.
yeah, all right.
Off of 118.
Yeah, so we need to figure out what that stationing is along here for 1 and 2. And 4 was on Market Street? No,
Yeah, it's on market. B4 is on market. It's T813. B4 is on T813.
oh, that's,
And that's market.
well, I'm thinking yeah.
Well, that's what they, Jeremy has on the email.
Yeah, I understand that. Let's see. Meeker. Where did we see?
Yeah, Meeker's at Side Road. It's right there at the Y. Meeker is.
E813, and they're putting see, when they put B4 on this alignment, why isn't it on this alignment?
I think that's closer.
Or even this alignment?
Yeah, 118, it's right. It's actually on the edge of 118.
Yeah.
So why wouldn't you just use the stationing right off of 118? I mean, it's right there.
Yeah. Let me call Jeremy.
Which, I mean, that's just, yeah, either one of those. It's on 118. I just put it on that for stationing, but
All right. Thirteen, 11. Hey man, what's going on? Hey,
So I was on the phone with Brady.
okay. Can you pop back on the Zoom section, the Zoom call?
Yeah.
Because I want to show you something. Yeah. All right, so you can see my screen? Okay, so you tell us in this email on T811, which is Meeker, B1 and B2. And then on the main line, 3, 6, and 9. All right. And then B4 goes on Market Street. Well, now look at B4. Here's Market Street. And so, it starts here. So, I'm going to come back to some negative stationing to try to put that there. So that's not going to. So my question is, why didn't B4 go on the main line? And even, it's it,
Four's off the main line. Station.
all right. So here's your main line. This here. Hold on a second.
118.
Let me, I keep forgetting I have this. Yeah, see right here's the main line.
Yeah.
Up here's Meeker. That's where B1 and B2 are on Meeker. Now B3 is on main line because it's actually closer to Meeker, but we're going to put it on the main line, I guess, because that's really what we're referencing. And then you got B4 assigned to this side street down here. Why would
Or I'm sure anyone got there. It's like the T right there where your yellow thing is.
yeah.
Line.
All right. All right, hang on. Let me let me go to that file.
You want me to go get water too? He's gonna do anything.
Probably wouldn't hurt.
Okay.
Yeah, so when one thing we're going to need, First of all, we'll ask them if they can give us the station referencing to the center line that they've called out, that would make it easier, but we can calculate those stations. That's not difficult to do. I'll show you how to do that. It might be a useful skill regardless.
Okay.
So. Let me bring this over here.
I just wanted to make sure to get this. I got line here. So yeah, I guess here's one of my four going on market. Up to 10, here to now. That's four. Basically, I think 20. It like went up and hit it perpendicular. Now, it's perpendicular. It looks like we had four with market. Yeah. What is it? 10 what?
What is it, 118?
Market Street's T813.
T813.
Yeah, that's Market Street.
So this one, you don't have to. Like 10. Yeah, that's not like it does.
See, we could put B4 along Mountain View,
Yeah, we could put on. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we can do that.
which is what, T700
T700.
or
It's T700
yeah,
for
T700.
Mountain View Road or Drive.
Yeah, we could put it along that road, or it could even go back to the main line, you know, depends on how far off you want to be able to project these. So if it goes on Mountain View,
We had a question. We had 2 and 4 questions when I saw you today. I want to do this. Okay. So go ahead, Ken. You can put it on the main line and on T700 Mountain View.
we could put it on either or both, it doesn't matter. We'll put it on both. What about B3? Do you want B3 also on Meeker as well as the main line?
Yeah, on the main line. You want it.
Yeah.
On both now as well. Yeah, you guys do the hook. Yeah, we do. Okay, okay. So we can put on the main line. Okay, sounds good.
All right, all right. So B3 on both Meeker and Mainline, B4 on Mountain View and Mainline.
Yeah.
Looks like 5, 6, 7, and 8 are all. Let's see, is 8 on 1049 or is 8 on
901.
901.
that is
I don't know why.
all right, 901 is what
It's,
is not
Outlet Road
Yeah, 901.
is Outlet Road.
I got 1049, 1049. I've got 801.
There's your 901 right below your circle there.
Oh, and
49. You call it 1049.
901. Where? Oh, there it is. 901. All right, so 901. And that's where B8 is on 901. And B7, 6 and 7 are both on the main line, right?
Just 6 is for the front section. Will be
So we don't, let's see, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, and 9. We're not putting 7 on anything.
that. I think we should not do that.
Okay. And then 9 on the main line.
Yeah, and the 9 on the main line clear, so right.
Okay. Now, the other thing is these stations right here referencing on your sticks, they all reference the main line stationing.
Yeah, we keep that one.
Okay, but yeah, but the profile that see the profile that it goes on has station, you know, it's near stations.
Which one? Which four are we talking about, Ken? Which one? 1 and 2?
Well, two isn't in position horizontally yet, but one is, but I put it at 80 plus 07, so I put it at station 7. And then I realized, wait a minute, that's the wrong station. That's the stationing on the main line. See that 480?
Yeah, yeah.
So I need the stationing along, along the roads that they're going on. But I don't know if that's something easy that you can come up with, or you'd have to generate new stick drawings for each one of those. I can calculate those and place them accordingly. Now, when I do that,
Yeah.
so when I do that, I should put both of them here. Put station Meeker, station this main line.
Line on there, located it has different stations. Reference to the main line, we're showing that boring stations don't have them.
Okay, so just place it where it goes on the side streets, but leave the stationing alone for those. Okay. All right. All right, that'll work. What's that? Oh, yeah. Okay, good deals. All right, I think we got it from there. Okay, thanks, gentlemen. All right,
Need anything, give us a call. We'll be back here in the morning too, okay?
will do. All righty.
Good night, guys.
You guys, all right, bye-bye. All right, Chuck, you got all that, right?
Yep.
All right, so now one thing we've got going on here is the sizing, the letters of our stuff here because of the scale.
Yeah, it's small compared to.
Small, so if we, let me make sure we're still scaled correctly. We're not. Hang on, let's see, 0.2. These need to be 5 feet bigger. Let's see, is that right? It puts their text to the right size. I'm going to move this. Now let's analyze this from here. Lock. Yeah, 1 inch is 5 feet. Okay, so that's the right scale. So the scaling for these referencing this stuff in should be 60. So that's 5 times 12. All right. So that's perfect. Now we're going to need to figure out what these stations are. So vertically, B1 is correct. B2 should also be correct. 13, 13. Maybe.
B1 is right before 7 on the sheet.
Yeah. B1
is right after 7.
Well, if we look here, yeah, it's right
Yeah.
past the 7.
Yep.
So it's be 7 plus something. All right. So let's now go to that. These things are vertically good. So once we move the first one into place vertically, the copies will all be good, and then we'll slide each little clipped area to the station we need. So
Right.
the station we need for B1 and 2 and 3, because they're all going on Meeker, is we need to go to that file. So let's open the BH locations. And let's reference the geometry. And just so we can make it a little easier graphic wise. VTopo borehole, VTopo borehole. Let's just change the symbology on oops. Yeah, so we can tell real quick. All right, so we need the stationing for 1, 2, and 3 to be along Meeker Road.
Mhm.
Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to start this as an alignment with at station 600.
Okay.
And that way we'll be able to tell it. Now we're going to do this with a thing called Civil AccuDraw. Are you familiar with AccuDraw?
Nope, not at all.
All right. So regular AccuDraw is where I'm using things like if I were going to say copy this,
Hmm.
let me say copy this. And if I were to copy that from say here, and if I wanted to go 5 feet left or 10 feet
Hmm.
up or whatever, I can do it or at an angle. So if I go this way, notice down here, I've got coordinates changing.
Hmm.
So see Y staying at 0, X stays at 0 along this axis. So I could type in a number there. Okay, so that is AccuDraw. It's where I'm using the relative location based on, say, a starting point.
Okay.
So now what I need to do is find out like, and I could do this, I could say, tell me where this point is. I could come in here and say, I could do this. And it's okay to do it this way. If I just draw a line from here and I go perpendicular to this line. Now, when I select that line, I'll drag it up here. I'm locked. How am I locked? All right, that's fine. It's just a line. I want to change its Uh, well, let's do it this way. Don't know why it would let me do that. All right, so that's the point. So you could draw a line from the center of this perpendicular to the alignment. Find out where that point is. See, if you do it down here, you could do it from here to there. Now, the reason that got locked is that if I try to move this,
Mm-hmm.
that was really strange. I think it's because the perpendicularity of it was constraining it, so it wouldn't let me move that. And that's strange. All right, so you could do this. Then you could say analyze distance, go from there center point, that intersection point, to over to here. Oops, wasn't exactly right. Let's okay. So if we go from there to there, you see that's 7 feet. So shit. Master units only. All right, so we could do again, analyze, measure distance, go from the midpoint to that point right there, and it's 7.5668.
Okay.
So that is station 700, 707.57. All right, that's its station value.
Okay.
All right, so that's one way to do it. And you can certainly go through and do all of these like that. You would draw a perpendicular here and a perpendicular here. And you wouldn't even need, you don't need to move those. The only reason I moved it was because I couldn't see the line itself.
Yeah, got it.
So if I did it from there and then went perpendicular to here, whoops, perpendicular to, go from there, perpendicular to here. All right, so we could calculate. Now we already have it. B3 is at almost 482. And if you look back at, you know,
It's almost dead on.
where was it? It was here. Was that B3? Oh, we don't have the stations here. I'd have to open up that other file again. Anyway, you would see that it's like 41 plus 99.99 or whatever. Okay. So that one we wouldn't have to calculate. Now you can calculate this. This would be 900 plus that distance. Okay. So that's one way of doing that. And I'm
Well,
suggesting that
B3 says it's supposed to be 482 plus balls. 482
well,
plus balls.
close enough. If they called it 482 balls, that's close enough because it's probably
That's
four.
what it says in the thing.
Yeah, it's probably 481 plus 99.6, which
Yeah.
means rounded up, it's plus balls. So it's good enough.
Okay.
I love survey speak. Anyway, so, but here's the way to do this also to calculate things based on the actual alignment itself. And we're going to use this thing called civil AccuDraw,
Mhm.
which is different from this AccuDraw that's down here at the bottom, X, Y, and Z. Okay. So if we do that, we're going to come up here. We could, and you can switch these different ones, but I think if we just stay in drawing,
Okay.
and then we need a tool called Civil AccuDraw. And that's regular AccuDraw. I want Civil AccuDraw. me see if I go to open roads modeling to geometry. Yeah, so there you go. Switch to open roads modeling, go to the geometry tab. And these general tools, we're going to turn on under civil toggles. We're going to turn on civil AccuDraw.
Okay.
Did it turn on? Oh, yeah, it's over here. I'm going to place it right here on the right. So that's my civil AccuDraw toolbar, under which I can do, some different things. But what I want to do is when I turn it on, when I activate it, I turn it on here. What's going on? Yeah, that's what I want to see is I want it to be like that. There we go. So if it's not on, we're going to switch to open roads modeling, go to the geometry tab, and under the civil, we're just going to click that button, civil toggles. And then we can place that up here if we want. So
Okay.
now it's in, when we turn it on and off like this. So if it's on, then here we've got different settings.
Okay.
There's elevation locks, profile offsets, bearing, distance, all those intersections, but we want station offset. So that's now toggled on. Okay. So if we want to find out where that station is, we're going to draw a line. So right here in the geometry tab, we'll just choose lines, and we're going to erase this line here a minute, I think.
Okay.
And we're going to say enter the start point. So right now it's looking at station and offset values, but we need to give it an origin. So we're going to come right here and we're just going to hover right there. And we're going to type O for origin and say A for the AccuDraw set origin.
Okay.
All right. And that station, let's see, what should it be? That station should be 6. So that's, no, I think it tries to go to 600 based on that. All right, let me see. If I set the origin. I made that an alignment. Don't want, I want that to have the offset of 600. All right, hang on a second. Let's see. Let's do a horizontal geometry station offset base report. Locate the baseline element is here. $561.17. Nope. Oops.
So is that actual tech mark underneath the 6 is where they're starting though for 600?
Yeah, that's it. 600.
Okay.
That's why am I at 5 plus 61? Let's see here. Let me see. I don't want to have to create the alignment. If you have the alignments already made, it makes it a lot easier. Let me see. If I do a station offset base report, select the baseline element is here. And the first offset element should be that. do this. All right, so if I go to station offset base report, select my baseline element. There's my offset element. Start station. That's that. But I want that to be,
Wouldn't that start station be 600 though?
yeah, but see, that goes to, it tries to find station 600 along that element.
Oh, okay.
So that element starting, see, I probably have to turn that into an alignment. So let's do this again. Baseline. Offset. All right, so that puts 1, 2, and 3 at, so it's 600, so it's this is not right. That's 650 right there.
Right.
So that's not 600. They've got this wrong. So 650. Crap. I'm gonna give you bad crap. Let's make sure that is 50 feet. Yeah, see, that's 6 plus 50.
Right.
So that's 650 minus 17, 1169. All right. Well, let's see. Here's one thing we could do. If we make a do a line from 100. Down to 10. All right, that should be 300 feet. It is. So if we simply move that from here to here. Let's see. Place a line from that point to this point. There's a 300. All right. So now, if we do that report, our baseline is that. Shoot, hang on a second. If we make that into an alignment. Let's see. Yeah, I know. Not sure this is,
Maybe it's not right.
I'm not sure it's going to be any easier to do this. See, normally, so that starts at 700. So if I take this as an alignment, and delete that. Let's do an offset and tapers. Single offset. Yeah, -10 is fine. All right, so this now is an alignment. Let's see. Start distance of 0. Now that start distance needs to be whatever that start distance was.
Mhm.
So if we take this and change it back to start where that is, now that start distance is going to be 700. Why does it say 0? Start distance.
0 plus 67.
Yeah, it's 67 feet from 6 to 7. So it's not the distance, it's the station that I want. So if I'm here, I say O, C, whoops. O, C. Shoot, let's see. If I were to turn this into alignment, let's see. All right, see, this is tied to this alignment, to this geometry here. but I want to change. Modify start station. 700. Now, let's start distance. Start station. 700. All right, so now let's look at that horizontal geometry report. Lock to start and end. No, still is referencing that. Start station. Start station 700. Start distance of 0. Select the element. What does that say? Starting
Define starting station.
Start
Yep.
station
Start
position.
station position.
All right, so 700. All right, so now if I draw a line from here perpendicular to there, you see that station 70757
Mm-hmm.
offset 10 feet. That's right, it went 10 feet off of that line we did. That's fine. Okay, so we could do the same thing. We could do a station offset base element. Let's just choose this and this element here.
End station 9 plus 30, 958.
All right, so there's your stations. 707, 57, 773, 34, and 915, 36. All right, so based on that, what we have here, we're going to, I'm just going to do a screen grab here. We don't need all that, but that's fine. We'll capture that. Bring that up. Let me bring this across. So 70757. All right. Oops. Crap. Screenshots. There it is. Now, okay, this we can close. All right, so all of this stuff here, 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 and here, we're just going to delete. So now we're back to our same old file.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now let's go back to this file. And we're going to take B2, which was that second value, and we're going to say, we're going to move from this midpoint. We're going to lock it horizontally. And let's just put it at, what was there? 7334. So if we say this is an O, why is not AccuDraw working? Let's try it again. So let's move from right there to O, AccuDraw, origin. And that was at 7334. So 73.34. I hate to do it like this. Let's see, let's offset 73.34. Ah, shoot. It's 7334. 7334 divided by let's get into the actual geometry. So if I select this and activate, I'm going to make some copies here. So I'm now going to copy parallel. And I'm going to make my first one at 7.57. Hold on 1 second. All right, I'm at green. All right, so copy parallel, 7.57. Just make that a little bigger. Now let me copy that from there to there. All right, so now I'm going to copy this parallel to 7334. .34. And I'm going to do it one more time at 215.36. 215.36. And of course, they stop it before it gets that far. That's fine. All right. So now we'll deactivate that. And we're going to take the attached file. There's our number 2. And we're going to move it from here. We'll go horizontally. We hit enter to lock. And we're going to lock it right there. It doesn't. Let's move this from here. Lock it horizontally to here.
And you're using the enter key for the horizontal?
Yeah, once you're locked on that axis, you just hit enter and that locks it.
Okay.
All right, but now that location, yeah, if I go back to, let's, so I've referenced in this file, and that's elevation 06.3, 1306.3. Thirteen oh six point two seven. 1306.27. $80. 6.27. Let's see here. All right, so that's my 1300 line. Deactivate. Let's go to this instead of the other one. Now to copy that. From here to here. All right, so that's my 1300 line. And we need to go up to 06.27. So I want to offset parallel 06.27 times 5. No, 6.27 times 5. All right, let's do it this way. Let's just simply copy this from here upward, hit enter to lock it. Come down here, we're going to type 6.27 times 5. All right, so where'd it go? Oh. Went the wrong direction. Copy from here upward 6.27 times 5. All right, so that's where that should be. Right there's on that line. And
So now is that the very top, Ken?
Oh, that's, wait a minute, 1306.3.
1306.
They're saying the PVI is 1306.3 also. Something's not working up. That shouldn't have. See, that is right at 1306.27. So this should be down on that
Right,
line.
on
That
the
puts
line.
it underneath that existing ground line, which doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it would be too far down.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, you need to start at the surface when you drill.
Yeah.
Normally.
All right, let's try the other one. Now this one's supposed to be at 1313.2. So if we copy this one from here, go up at 13.2 times 5. Then that center should be up there,
Right.
which is near the proposed grade, but not the existing grade.
Right. So that still goes to the existing grade, though, not the proposed.
Yeah, but these are, oh, shoot. These elevations are, no, wait a minute. That should be the surveyed elevation. So that should be where that goes. Now they're locking in on the proposed grade on both of these. Where did that road's been built? You know what? We're gonna need to talk to Jeremy and Hua tomorrow
Okay.
because I suspect the elevations are based on that road having been built.
Yeah, and the as-built.
Yeah, but I mean, it should be a proposed road. It shouldn't be built yet. But I
Right,
don't,
right. That's what I'm saying. So, I mean, if they took the shots that are on the as-built, which it's already as is and not the new road, it would be whatever that elevation would be then.
that's correct. So if Meeker Road has been rebuilt already and they went back and surveyed it, this makes sense
It'd be different. Yep.
and we can move those into place. However, although, come to look at this one is set down here, so it's
Mhm.
below both of these,
Right.
but it's right near where they're saying that PVI is.
Hmm.
That's 07. And we said it was just go back and reconstruct all that. Satin tapers. hold on a second. Single offset, partial. Offset, uncheck these. All right, so take this and we're going to start right here. We'll go all the way down to here. Now, just draw a line. All right, then if we get the station offset report. Here's their base element. There's that. There's that, and that matches
Yep, what we had before.
what we had. Okay, so we'll leave this in place. And we'll do that for like B4 is going to go along this one. So we're going to start this say at 28. So we'll do another partial. We'll do 10 feet and we're going to start right here. And we'll take it up to, oh, there's a curve. So it will bring the curve in. It must have been, yeah, it was a single element. All right. That's all right. There's something. Shoot. Single offset partial. Select that.
Okay, I'm gonna run to the bathroom.
All right.
I'm back.
Okey doke. So we now have B4 and B5 referenced to this one. Starts at 28, so you see we got 28 plus 86, 31, so there's 50, there's 29. And then we've got 31 plus 74, so that's
Mhm.
right. Okay. So then we've got did he say he also wanted B4 referenced? Well, they're all already referenced to
To SR 118, yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
yeah,
we
he
don't-
did say before both. So Mountain
right.
View,
So,
yep,
yeah.
on Mountain
So
View
the only thing
Drive.
we need to worry about is elevations. Now let's take a look at because he wanted 3. We've got this one to do.
Yeah, B3 should be 482 plus balls, is what they were calling for.
Yes.
Yep. So,
So that's about that.
and
So
then 6 and 7 should be 488 plus balls.
yeah, 48 is that. Is 7 also 488 balls?
B6 and B7 both are 488 balls.
See, that's not correct.
Well, that's what the email shows. So I'm like,
I understand that. So that's a point to bring up with them.
right, exactly. Because they're not in line. I see that, 488 B6 is, B7 not. It's more like 489, something 491.
Yeah. Well, it's not 491, but it's because 91's out here,
Okay, yeah.
but it's 48 plus whatever that little distance is.
And then B9 is supposed to be 492 balls.
Yeah, see, it's close, but not
Yeah,
exact. That's
yeah,
one, we need to revise those offsets. I
right.
think they need to revise them. I don't know where they came up with those
Right. Who
station values. Did
we
they
got them
just,
in the email, but how did we
yeah,
get those offsets?
so that's what we're going to ask them. So let's put a bookmark in this. We'll come back tomorrow morning,
Okay.
pick this up with them but what I want to do before we leave, are you able to stay a little bit longer, like a half hour?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Are you at home?
No, I'm at work.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you worked out of your house or not, but anyway.
No, I work in the office every
All
day.
right. So what I want to do is let's take a look at these elevations, how they line up with the mainline profiles for 6, 7, and 9.
Okay.
Or let's see, what were we on? The mainline 3, 6, and 9. Looks like they didn't include 7 for whatever reason.
Well, 7's down at the bottom. So if you read, Ken, it says section borings on 118.
Yeah, no, I understand
Yeah,
they're
yeah.
putting out the sections, but why didn't they see that they needed that on the profiles?
I don't know.
And the reason I think they left it out is because they said, well, it's 48 balls for both of them. Well, it's
They're not. Yeah, you're exactly right. Yeah, you can see that
Oh.
they're off.
Yeah. So anyway, we will. Yeah, see down there the section. Yeah, that's the cross section it goes on is 488.
Right,
So that's fine. And that's why B3 says 482.
right.
Because that's the section, that's the nearest cross section it goes on.
Mm-hmm.
But the actual station value for these, see that's the problem right there. Is that the stations that they show are based on these numbers here. The nearest cross section
Right.
is the nearest cross section determined the station values, but
Mhm.
we need to have the actual station values on the profiles. We're not going to get them on the sections because we didn't cut a section of those stations. That's fine. We go to the nearest ones. So we need to revise these, and they need to revise them in their reports and everything else.
So
So
what about the other? Oh, so the sheet that Jeremy gave us with the sticks on, those actual offsets were he put in for the sticks.
yes, and he
Okay.
put those off, he just typed them in and said that's what they are.
Okay.
He didn't take them from something like this and have it compute the stations and go.
Right, right. Because I mean, it should, like I said, it there, you got to have
It,
the exact stationing where it needs to set.
well, they can, but I don't think they know how to use Ghent in depth. So
Oh,
that's the problem. So what I want to do is I want to check 3, 6, maybe 9
okay. Can I ask one
elevation one.
question before you go on?
Pardon?
One question before you go on.
Sure.
If you go up to your drop down up there where you have modeling
This
and
right
pick,
here.
yeah, and pick geotechnical,
Yes,
now Gint will show up. You can use Gint right now.
I know, but I don't have the Ghent file.
I'm just saying is I mean I saw this the other day. I was like, well, if you can go to geotechnical and go right to the Gint files,
Yeah, see right there, it says the database connection couldn't be opened. So if
right,
I
right.
if I look at my connectivity, um, let's see if I can find it. If I can find it.
And it's looking for their GPJ files, GPIs, yeah. And normally he's got an actual directory called Gint when he does the jobs with the sheets and stuff that get put in. See, there's boring logs. Yeah, look under boring logs. There's your Gint outputs. There's your intersection, GPJs. Then it has a borehole tab at the top. I mean, we don't have to mess with it now, but I was looking at that. I said, well, geez, Gint goes
Right.
right into, Open Roads Designer.
Oh yeah, that's what I would normally use, but let's see. Please select a cell. All right, so they're not drawn, but no borehole is found in the file. Okay, so if we open the connection's already open, that's fine. So if we query, there they are. There's 1, 2, 3.
4.
See, it's a slightly different
Yeah,
placement.
yeah, offset a bit. Yeah, yeah, I see that. 5's pretty good.
Yeah, but it's still not
Yeah,
exact.
yeah, it's off. I agree.
6 is way off. 7's off a little. 8's off a little.
9
Not
just a bit.
a bit. All right, so we've got where these all go. Let's see how close these are.
Hmm.
That's close, no cigar.
That's a
Still
little, yeah.
cigar. Speaking of cigars, I'm gonna go have one when we're done here. All right, so now we see where these boreholes actually are.
Right.
In fact, I'm gonna wait and talk to them. I think we should move these to this location.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what comes in, I would think that from Ghent that would be the dead center. But
It's
you know,
exactly right. It's
yeah.
exactly right. And now, let's see if we can annotate the boreholes. Use the elevation, use all boreholes.
Just say properties and name labels.
Let's see, what is this? Annotate or a data point to accept selection. Okay, let's say data point. So there's 0627,
1313.
1321, 1637. Okay, so these should match. See that number 3 was 1637. Yep, see that's matching.
Mm-hmm. That's good. That means it's updated then.
Yeah, so these elevations came out of there.
But they're
Where
still
are
off
the
though.
stations?
Still off the mark.
So why did they get the stations as weird things? So we got to ask them where they came up with the stations for these things, because on these sticks.
Yeah.
So the B1. So that should be, if we analyze the distance along an element, identify the element. So that station should be, damn it. Identify the element. 480 plus 07.26. Yeah, see 0726, almost 3/10 off.
Mm-hmm.
So we have the means of doing this exactly.
And that's the way it should be. I mean, there's no guessing.
Correct.
I mean, accuracy is what the whole thing is about. So,
Well, wait a minute. I took that from that. If I let's take it to the actual location. And then that's going to go perpendicular to that. Now, yeah, 0.0087, so 0.01. So now that matches what he gave us, but
right.
our northing and easting didn't match.
Right.
Okay. Now, if we do the same thing, from here, and I'm at the center of the blue one, yep,
Perpendicular.
to this. And we analyze the distance along the element from that intersection to here. Whoops. Um, 59.99, so that should be 480 plus
60. I mean, if you,
59.6. So 60, all right, so I believe that.
yeah, I mean that's yeah. You figure just if they're rounding up to 60 or yeah.
Yeah, so that's all well and good. Let me go back to this file. Let's save these settings, and let's open instead this all right, let's just double check all these. Boy, that's why it's 42 balls there.
It's close. It's close.
Yeah, all right, smack on it. But obviously not this one.
Right.
So go from the insert of this. Burp and squint. Ah, let's see why.
Yes, he goes out to the side.
Why is it doing that?
Yeah, I don't understand that one.
It shouldn't be locked. Let's just do this.
That worked. Close.
Let's on that 492. All right, so what do we have? We saw those. And 4 is 43 plus 60.03. 43 60.0. Okay, I'd buy that. Oh, shoot, I did this wrong. 40.05. Forty all right. 88 balls. That other one's obviously wrong. It should be
Yeah, if you go from 488.
nine point nine nine six. So that should be 48 plus 10, 488 plus 10, 0. And it's not.
488.
Oh, yeah, it is. See number 7.
Yeah.
48
Yeah,
plus
488 plus 10.
All right, so that's right. So it looks like these are all pretty good.
Except the lat longs or the northern Ganesians are off.
Correct. So 8 should be plus 88 plus 82.2.
83.
83, and we said 82.2. So yeah, it's
Yeah.
slightly
Yep.
off. And then finally, there should be 92 balls. It is. Okay, so this only one that has any potential issue is this 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's got that done. So if we go back to here, we're in a database advanced query. I don't need to query it. I've got everything queried in. I just need to, if we annotate. Oh, no, annotate, sorry. Annotate boreholes. We should do it all together.
Yeah. Then what's the one where it says like display property name? Would that put the borehole on it? On the
Oh,
label?
oh yeah, that would have put it puts the north and east part.
Oh, okay.
We could have done the same thing for the elevation, but that's all right. So we've got those. All right, that's fine. Now, if we go back to our database, Let's see.
Station offset.
Here's your lat longs. Why that little,
Carrot.
yeah. Because I want to be able to also see these lat longs. I want the state plane coordinate northing and easting. That's these up here, so they're all there. But I want to add to that. Maybe I have to come down here and add. Yeah. Borehole ID, let's add. Baseline location, we'll see. That gives us that. I don't think it's going to tell us, because I don't have the actual alignment defined. All right, so let's put station offset. Let's add latitude and longitude. Now, I think what happens with this, what value, oh, the value field can't be empty. All right, so borehole ID. See, this is a query. Yeah, I don't think this is doing what we want here. Aha. Oh, forgot to do something. Baseline location station offset. right. So now,
There's B1. It was up there.
so there's B1, elevation, depth. All right. Why doesn't it let me choose? Those others. All right, let's see here. Let's do a reports. Okay. Yeah, see, those are just items. Okay, now these got, all right, here we go. Now we've added everything in. That's why we've got east one, north one, point ID one. So if we did station offset. It's 85, this is 84.96, this is 40, 39.91, okay.
That's pretty close.
So if we do station, let's go back. Adult station offset would give me station and offset. Apparently it's
Two different
Just-
values.
I don't see it. Oh, it's here. Do you see it yell? I'm,
Station. Yep.
all right, and we'll re-query. Now we'll look under source. Not source, we want the,
Station offsets at the bottom.
yeah, but we're station.
There at the bottom. $48,007.
80 plus 07,
480.60.
plus 06, 480 plus 60. 482. So there's obviously some round off. Let's see if we can't tighten that up. Let's see here. Wasn't in that. Where was it? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 1, 8. All right. Yeah, see, that's just let me filter. I want to. Oh, I know why I didn't see it because of this stupid thing. other properties. There we go. All right, so station, I can't. No, I don't know how to.
Yeah, nothing for rounding. Or even decimal places.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is to set the
Yeah.
formatting for that.
Mhm.
Uh,
It wouldn't be under survey.
no. It's something to do with the data that's in here. So if I look at this item, here's all of its data,
Mhm.
okay? It includes right here. There's your station, there's your offset. Okay, so that's in the database. So normally, like, we should change that to 480.07.02 or whatever it should be.
Mhm.
Somehow or another, there's a way to do that in a table. Let's see. No, I don't think it's that. Let's see. Yeah, see, this number is probably, there's probably an input function inside of Gent
Mhm.
that lets you build these tables.
Yeah, probably under settings or something in GINT.
Well, it won't show up for us here. We're not running the Gent product.
Right.
You see, that's why 6 is 488 balls, 7 is 488.10.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so those were, we could make those a little better. Wish I could get. Yeah, see, I think it's just an entered text value. I don't think it's I don't think it is a
Setting.
yeah, I don't see, it's not deriving it from its position.
Right.
Its position is also it's typed in. That's what set it up here. And then they also entered the station. The stations were calculated correctly with the exception. And this one, you see that position's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And it's
But that would be the northing and easting, though.
yeah, but let's see how far apart that is. Well, that's obviously not right. Oh, it's 5.1841 feet. See, that has an elevation of 1304.58. That's got an elevation of 1201.87. That was the old one. 1304.58.
Hmm.
All right. Oh, I looked at the wrong 1305.27. They got 06.27. $12.21. 13.21. 13.15.37. 16.37. 14.34. I've got 16.37. Which number is that? B4. I've got 16.34. 16.34. And it's telling me it's 14.34. $9.5. 10.5. And those are rounded to the nearest tenth. There's 58. 458 for 6. 558.03 for 6. If I look at that, $97. 76. What's it? 1297, 76. 1325. $1,372 for 8. 1302.72. $86.71. 87.71. All right, so there's still, let's see that in the Ghent database, and the one I have open. See, it shows that at that elevation, but he gave us the new elevations based on the survey, and they're off by a foot or two, almost exactly 1 or 2 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Where do we find it?
Boring logs. There's the 2 files.
Which one did we use?
Didn't we use that first one?
The GER.
Yeah, I thought
think.
we used the GER.
I don't know that there's any difference. 87.71 for 9. Ah, so this is the one. So that's exactly right. 8, 272, 272, 7, 1326, 1326. 6 is 1305.58. 0558. All right, so I think we can conclude that that's the correct one.
Right.
All right, so now I'm still in these odd positions.
Yeah, they're all.
We didn't check. Oh yeah, that goes to that. All right. Yeah, C6 is still up there. All right, so they've got a problem with the coordinate here, whether it's, see, these coordinates supposedly came from the survey, the resurvey.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know where he got those coordinate values. He could have taken them from Ghent, which, and then he, had something mistyped. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But the only one that I've got, we closed that. Oh, wait a minute. Let's take. Now let's go back to this. And it's not query all. Yeah, they're still at this weird position, but the elevation's 1,372 for 9. Whoa. What happened here? 1,372. B8A. B7. B8B. B8A. Ah. All right, let's all right. All right, so they're now gone. All right, query all. Again, at the weird positions, let's check the elevations. So why do I have all these 8771, 8771, 0272, 0272? Why do I have all these A's and B's and A's and B's?
And it's almost like a duplicated.
All right, so they're now gone. Let's close the database. Connectivity was this one we said. Mhm. All right. Database connection is now opened. So if we query all, Maybe that's what they're called. Let's see, there's B and A. The only thing I see changing are the name designations. There's a whole depth, like BA 8 or B8A is 5-foot depth. B8B is 7-foot depth. Okay, fine. So if we close that and let's open up the other one, which had the wrong. GPJ. So let's open up this one, which had the wrong elevations by a foot or two. So now before we query that, we'll get rid of those. We now have the database open. And if we query all, now I've got 1 through 9, but my elevations are off. There's
Right.
87, 71 for 9. No, that's right. See what 8 is. Oh, 272 for 8. And 272 for 8. 1326. 1326. All right. Somehow or another we had our wires crossed. Let's see. Oh, 558. Oh, 558. Yeah, these are good. All right, so it's the GER, but they're still,
Locations are off.
yeah, and we've got these numbers. We have to find out where they came from. And why the coordinates are different. The coordinates that he gave us that I placed these in at were the surveyed coordinates.
Right.
So we either need to change the Ghent data to put these at the proper coordinates that were surveyed, or we need to change our locations to match where the Ghent data says it is. And I suspect we need to change Ghent to match us. Because I think that as drilled spreadsheet,
Mm-hmm.
I hope that was taken from the survey data.
Yeah, I would hope it would come from the surveyors.
Yeah. Because they'd
Because
sent back to the field to go get that
right,
stuff.
exactly. So they're out shooting it. So with the instrument, I would think that that's where it would be.
Yeah. But I think the instrument they're shooting it with is a roving GPS. It might even be a handheld. So I don't know, it really doesn't matter a whole lot.
Right.
This doesn't matter a whole lot, but it'd be nice if it's at the right place so we could measure these offsets,
Exactly.
station values along these side streets. All right, so elevations, we still have some suspected elevations along B1 and 2. So those are the elevations. And we have with these numbers here, 063. And it should be 0527, 05.27 for one. 0627, yeah, see, that's also wrong. 1321. Okay. Oh, 0627. Survey says 0627. Well, and this says 063. Okay, that's good. And that 0627 was that black horizontal line. Now, uh, six 27, 1321, 1637. All right, so those match. What did they come up with that 05? It's 1202. Supposed to be. Oh, 0527 is the insertion point for the symbol.
Hmm.
But its elevation is supposed to be 0627. That was the problem. So why is it off a foot? 0627 is what the data says. So it's 0827 goes to 0627. Why? That line and that line goes from 0627 to 0127. So it's 5 feet vertically. This looks like it's in. I'm going to add a 3D model here. Uh, all right. Okay, there's that. Now, if I look at the insertion point, it's at 0527. So I suspect if I zoom this up, aha. See there. See, this should bring in all of those different strata.
Hmm.
And there's a way. I don't know.
You want to pick this up in the morning, Ken?
Yeah, let's do this real quick. Let's see. Cross section line. Now, I create a cross section. Shoot. There's the cross section model. Why is this not? Oh, I don't want shit. Can't believe I did that. All right. Well, anyway, that's a bit of the effort that we've got to go through here because they didn't, they don't. Here's what's happened in the past, Chuck.
Hmm.
They do all this stuff with their admittedly limited knowledge of Ghent,
Hmm.
and they come up with these numbers. Then they go into these drawings and they had Mark Linville just draw this shit into these drawings. And to them, that's all it is that they're worried about.
Hmm.
But all of this data ties together
Right.
and builds models, and it can be done.
It's got to be accurate.
Yeah, and I don't remember where it is exactly. That let me see here. That was wrong. His interpretation. Anyway, there's some place somewhere, I've done it before on another project where I took the Ghent data
Hmm.
and I brought that stuff in and it had all of the strata defined in the borehole. So if I look at this borehole, you see it would have had all of the different layers,
Right.
and this doesn't have that. This is just like an overview. But if I had all those different layers, and they've got them somewhere, then we could see all that stuff and it would all show up and we could project it right into these
Right.
profiles. It'd all be good. All right. We'll clear this up with them in the morning. So we'll call it a night tonight.
Okay.
I'll still do some checking. In the meantime, get yourself some rest.
Yep, we'll do.
And so it'll probably be, after 9 o'clock or
Yeah, that's
so.
fine. Yep, just let me know. So I mean, like I said, I'm usually here by 7:30. So
Sounds good.
all right, thank you for your
All
help,
right,
young man.
you are most welcome. Let me come here to
Stop the recording.
do all that good stuff.
I really appreciate all